Uh, Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm getting copyright. Yeah. Okay, that is loaded. Very cool. Let me get my YouTubes. Get the tubes. Mambo, mambo. Matsuri, mambo. Why is it muted? Wait, what? Why's my shit muted? I think, okay, this should be good, I think. Good-ish. Okay, what am I doing? So, well, where should I start even? Okay, oh, you know what? I should start with this. So first of all, let me just open this up real quick. First of all, if you guys come over here, I have added timestamps to our Pyotegu stream so that you guys can more easily sort of figure out where is what. Unfortunately, I don't have... I just realized my alignment isn't done correctly yet. Oh, god damn it, dude. I swear to god, dude. I thought I fixed this. But anyways, there's timestamps now. You can click around. There's a document here. And this document's titles are what is in this this list over here. So you guys can do a one-for-one sort of, what's the word? Reference here. And as long as... Yeah, no, I think that's about it. I think this should be as good as I can get it, because the presentation itself is what it is. I can't change that part. It's maybe not the most concise or coherent, but at the very least, it is there. The only downside is that this timestamp is a little bit rough, right? You can see it's always on the minute, but there's no way I was perfectly on the minute every time. So that's that. The other thing is the layering structure. So the layering structure here is meant to replicate exactly the layering structure that she does in the Clip Studio file. Once again, the only reason why we're doing this is because she doesn't want the file itself to be shared. So despite me having the file here, I can't share it. So the best thing I can do is to just be very explicit about what layers they are and what the layers are doing, essentially, is the best thing we've got. And coupled with the video, coupled with the time-lapse that was presented during the stream, along with this document and explanation, I'm hoping that it will be clear enough as to why certain things are done and what the kind of decisions were made. And I also included a timestamp here to when the time-lapse started. So you guys can jump directly to the thing and then just have this document as reference. That's the best thing we can do at this point. Beyond this, I was also saying how I wanted to make a quick video script about the critique. This one is probably the only one that I can do of all of the things that I thought I wanted to do. Right, there is the other one which is more about the process and the time-lapse and actually trying out her process and giving some more comments, as well as sort of consolidating the information that she has shared in that sort of interview-esque thing that we did. But yeah, I think the chances of this happening is very, very unlikely at this stage in time, simply because the amount of work that needs to be put in here. Because today I was trying to consolidate a quick review of 2025. And for some reason, yesterday I thought this was easier to do than the actual sort of critique script, and as well as this sort of a time-lapse thing. But that is not the case. Now that I think about it, that is obviously not the case, because we spent over 1,000 hours last year just on streams, and I have to consolidate that information and condense it down into a 5-minute video. That is a very tall task. Regardless, I tried. I've been trying. I'm trying to consolidate exactly what we did and write out a rough guideline for the video script. But even at this point, I can see that this video is going to exceed 30 minutes. Best case scenario, right? And if I were to just read a script that is 30 minutes long and edit a video together, that is also still kind of okay. But in order for what I present to be coherent, I need to go through everything that it is that we have done here from the beginning till the end. And I have to keep it in my mind. I have to understand why I was doing the thing that I was doing back then, in order for me to really sort of I don't know, give like a good reason for why is it that I was doing certain things, and what I learned from like each, even not even one per stream, right, but like per section of stream, like what we learned from doing anatomy, what we learned from doing this and that. And I would really like to be able to do that, but like the amount of time, I don't know if we should spend. This is gonna take a really long time, because I have to go in here and I have to ask myself, I have to figure out why is it that I was doing this at that point in time, and yeah, and then put it into the grand scheme of the entire process of the stream, right? So not just why I was doing this at this point in time, but what led up to this. What were the reasons for me to say, for example, start doing live 2D? And what were the reasons that I gave up on it? And I mean, I know the reason for this one specific case, but there are a lot of other cases in the past where it just wasn't documented. And I think it would be nice to be able to document it. It is kind of the point of the streams to document it, and it is documented in that sense. It's just not a very sort of accessible format in terms of data. It is a lot of work to go through and consolidate it. So yeah, I don't know. I think at this point, this is the to-do list, by the way. This to-do list has been slowly getting bigger and bigger, just like the one that's for my, my art map here as well. Like this to-do list has also been getting bigger and bigger. Although I've been clearing a little bit of it near the top, there are some improvements. Like for example, I did make it so that we can I can actually see my own art here now. I can make it see that it's these are my own things, right? So eventually, whenever, I don't know, 20 years down the line, when my scripts actually work, I can see where I stand relative to everyone else that I've liked. And regardless, I think this is just a quick update. I don't want to let this drag on for too long because I tend to rant a little bit too much here, but this is just a quick update to the behind the scenes. And I think decision making wise, I will be focusing more on art. At the end of the day, the whole point is to get better at art. So I don't want to overextend into other things. For like the, I don't know, like the 5th time on stream, I'm pretty sure. We've done this so many times already at this point. I'm probably just too ambitious for my own good. Yeah. I need to try and curb it a little bit, but not too much to the point where it's just I just don't want to work anymore. So it's just a fine balance that I'm trying to find. Am I trying to find that balance? I don't know if I'm actively trying to find the balance, but I will have to. Regardless, coming back to today, I'm just trying to finish. I'm just trying to finish this, right? I'm just trying to finish this. I'm not trying to do anything crazy. I just need to give myself a little bit of a warm up here. And yeah. It is frustrating, I think. It's very frustrating that there are a lot of things that I think that I want to do, 100% that I want to do. But there's just not enough time, not enough energy. And each one is a huge undertaking. Like each one is not like a quick thing. It's not like a couple hours I can get it done, chop chop. Oh my god, I dropped my pen. It requires perfect, like it requires not perfect, but like good framing, right? Because I need to present ideas in a way that's coherent to a viewer that it may not be part of this journey. And even for you guys who are here so often, I think there is still a gap between like what is it that I'm feeling at all times and what is it that you guys are receiving and understanding from what I'm saying. So if it's like a stream format, we have a back and forth, right? People can ask questions and so on and so forth. I don't have to be perfectly coherent and clear, because people can clarify if they're actually interested. But for a video format, it has to be very clear, because there's no good way for like a back and forth. You can do comments and stuff, but it is obviously not the most efficient. I will go back to hello G-Talk. Also, hello Igami. I don't remember if I greeted you, but I will go back to the Rossi piece. I'm just trying to get warmed up here. I need to get my hand loosened up. I think today's warm-up is again going to be mostly colors later, I think. No, it might be rendering. I might do a quick rendering study. In a perfect world, I would be able to capture all of these nuances for reference. But why, right? Like, I think maybe a good reason, a good thing to think about is like, why do I need to do this exactly? I mean, part of it, like half of it is mostly it's just I want to do. I don't think there's necessarily a need to do per se. I feel like a lot of certain things in the past, maybe, if I had like, for example, captured certain journals, I have written journals of my thoughts and ideas, it would have helped with the creation process now. But that's more sort of a life-related kind of journaling, right? The journey itself here would have been nice to be documented and journaled, but at the same time, it's not very critical because what I need is not the journey, it's just the end result here. The journey itself is important, of course, but to dedicate more time to it and take away from the actual drawing, I think, doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. The only thing I can think of why it might be objectively helpful is that if someone else is going through something similar, then there's a framework, there's a source, there's like sort of a one data point, right? The path that I walk might serve as a good reference, perhaps, or not a good reference. Either way, it is a singular point of reference. That's a good example, as a bad example. Either way, better than nothing. I think that's the only value that could be sort of taken from this. But then if that's the case, right, like unless they're willing to go through every single piece of content and think about it and whatnot, in order to actually gain from it, like, I mean, it's very unlikely, I would say. And as long as I'm streaming, there's nothing stopping people from just coming in and asking anyways. So I guess at the end of the day, it is more just like a self-fulfillment kind of thing of wanting to have everything documented perfectly and cleanly in a way that I think maybe... Oh, sorry, Igami, this isn't Rossi. I'm just doing warm-ups for today. I'll get right back to Rossi in a jiffy here. Broski, broski, broski. I think, yeah, maybe... Honestly, at the rate that AI is going, I mean, I've done this in the past already, but what I could do is I can just download all my videos and I'll put it through a Whisper model. Whisper model will subtitle everything, will transcribe the entire video. And then with the transcription, I can then pass it to LLM to tell it to understand what is it that I'm saying in all these streams and track the transformation in train of thoughts and ideas. And maturity in terms of from the point of view of an artist, yeah. Because like the amount of data that needs to be churned through to extract all these pieces of information is a lot. And there is obviously value in me doing it myself because I can see my own progress and do some self-reflection that way. I just doesn't like the time requirement, man. Like unless I do art as a full-time thing, do YouTube as a full-time thing, there really isn't a very good chance of me ever having time to do any of these things that I want to do. Even just my project by itself is already a little bit insane, I would say. Which brings me to the other thing that I always think about is that should I go back to making videos, right? Like, because obviously making videos isn't gonna get me better at art for my own purpose here. Now that might seem a little bit contradictory, but I feel like a lot of the progress that we have made that is relevant to the stuff that I want to do is only because we're doing streams like these, where I'm forced to reflect on what went well and what went wrong. Videos are inherently very brain dead. It's a little bit backwards perhaps, because you have to analyze other people's styles and stuff. But at the end of the day, like what you need to do is a very well defined thing. I just kind of look at other people's art and I try to break it down structurally, put paint on the canvas, and I explain what I did. That's all you do in a video, right? And there's a lot of value in that for people. But in terms of like self progress, it's not a lot. I was writing like a brief script today for that sort of recap video, right? And I was trying to explain why is it that I stopped making videos. And like the thing about the videos is that I think maybe from a third party point of view, especially if you're a beginner, you look at the videos and you think like, oh my god, this guy can draw in so many styles. He must be a really good artist. But like the only skill that I showed in those videos are observational skills, which is like a very core skill, but it's also a very basic skill. Like most of my decisions were not grounded in like, oh, I understood the concept of what they're doing, so that's why I'm doing the same thing. It was just they did this, I copied this, right? And as a study by itself is fine, but I think if I just continued doing the videos back then and didn't start my streams here, I don't think I would have been able to understand art as well as I do now. Because there is no requirement in videos to really think about what you're doing that sort of rigorously. Whereas on stream here, I don't really get criticized a lot, I feel like. I think you guys have been not necessarily critiquing perhaps, but like at least we've been on stream. I have to dive down into my own train of thought, and I can be a little bit more critical on myself. In videos that doesn't really happen. But regardless, that was the other thing. If I can make enough videos and make enough income from YouTube, then we can turn this into a full-time thing, and then I can make even more videos and even more content. That would be nice, but yeah, I don't know. It's like playing RTS games. You can invest in your economy or you can invest in your army. But RTS is so much simpler because you have a very clear opponent. Don't quite have that here. Anyways, I realized I didn't really do a good job of this study here, but for the same reasons I was just talking about, by the way. It's not because that it doesn't look good. It's just mostly because I wasn't thinking about structure or anything. Yeah, it begs the question of like I'll do, right? Hey, making more videos would be nice. Being able to do this full time would be nice. But what are the chances that it would be like I would be that successful with YouTube to be able to replace a programming job? You know, like it's not very likely. The good thing about YouTube is that when you make content, it kind of just sits there, right? And then people can keep consuming it. If there's enough sort of evergreen content, you can basically have passive income, because at some point you have so much income coming in, you don't even need to make anything new anymore. But like even then, like those people who got that far are very far and few in between. Holy shit, this proportion is kind of atrocious. What am I doing? I guess this is just needs to be a bit bigger here. Maybe I should consolidate this in here. It means my placement for the guys might have been a little bit too far, perhaps. Anyways, this isn't much in terms of warm up, is it? Okay, after this, I'm gonna go look for some kind of a rendering guide, perhaps, for Rossi here. I just want to get a rough idea of where we're headed. Not necessarily exactly what we're gonna do. It's a rough idea what to do. Maybe this is the problem, actually. Maybe this is how references are meant to be used. As a rough guide. I was trying to use it as a blueprint, which is a bit of a problem. You lose individuality, and then you also need to find something that's perfect, which is impossible. Yes, you get me. Well, you know, on most other artist streams, I think that would be like a surefire thing. Like you would not lose a bet if you made a bet that hey, this artist is gonna draw. I think this is maybe the one stream where you might actually be wrong. I would just open up my Visual Studio Code and I'm just gonna start talking shit for like the next 30 minutes. And no art shall be done. Ah, dude. Okay, how about this? Maybe we do Arknight's Factory later. I do have to fix my stupid ass factory for Wuling now, right? Because otherwise I don't have... Oh my god, the torso is so damn long. Because now I don't have enough Wuling dollar bills to do the equipment and all that. Okay, let me go look for shit. Well, I mean, you guys are gonna join me here, right? How does this look on Okay, it's duplicated at the bottom. Just try to ignore that. It's a weird quirk of how things work here. But oh, let me go back to D4 before I get something explicit on screen here. So let me just do raw so it's a bit faster. I'm going to add my rendering. No, I'm gonna add rendering. Yes, rendering sequence here. I'm gonna drop it by lengthness and my hue. I think this is like pretty much the standard layout at this point. And I'm just gonna browse this. I think there's obviously a huge range of styles here. Actually, yeah, I don't have anything here that actually sort of helps me classify them based on style quality, like the way that people render and stuff. So it might be a bit tricky here. So like, okay, let's see. We have this, right? So I need to maybe add the bunnies, maybe not. Maybe I'll add it at the very end. I think it's a little bit... I think it was a little bit quiet without anything around, but at the same time, I'm not too invested. I'm not too sold on the idea here. If it were tiny wolves, I would have been fine. But I don't have a wolf motif. I don't have a good stylization for that. Anyways, so if that's the case, I might as well just focus on the character first, and then if we have time or I feel like it, I'm gonna add it in. In the meantime, yeah, I'm wondering what kind of finish we can even get. Some of these things I also don't really know what to render. Like, for example, like the top of the head here, of the hood here. Would there even be anything to render? Like, even the hair here as well. I know we can like add some shapes maybe, but like I guess it's primarily just the forms, and then the gradient will remain as the main thing here. Oh yeah, this is one of my most favorite styles out there, I think. I need to put this on the favorite. Is the music loud? Oh, God. It's gotten quite a lot louder all of a sudden. You made so many already. I thought you know a little bit. Sorry, what's that in relation to? I kind of forgot what I was saying. Oh, I see the wolves and stuff. Yeah, it's yeah, that's why I'm very confused myself. Like I feel like despite having like an idea of what I want to get out of art, I don't have very clear ideas of what to do or like what I like none of the things I've done so far really resonates with me anymore. Maybe they did at that point in time, but even then, I'm inclined to say that it hasn't really resonated with me that much. But even if they did before, they don't anymore, and it feels like it's a different person who's drawn them. It doesn't feel like me anymore. I don't think it's loud at all. Interesting. Sorry, yeah, then the music is probably just really loud on my end. I'm looking mostly at the OBS thing. At the green bar here. I'm trying to keep a good distance between that and my voice so that people can hear it. But it was like really high just now, so I dropped it a little bit. Also, anyways, thank you, Igami. I wonder if it's the theme and the color scheme. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good mix of everything. Like, part of the difficulty in like doing all the tagging here is because I look at a piece and I don't really know why I specifically like it or don't like it. Especially if you've been looking like literal thousands of pieces consecutively, right? Because if you're keeping your mind on like, oh, I just want to look for colors that I like, then it's easy to sort of at least stay on track. But if you only do one thing at a time, you have to go through the 5,800 images here multiple times. Each run is at least like a couple of hours long. So I try to do a little bit more each time, but once you do multiple different aspects of art and try to break it down, you either spend longer per image or you will lose track of what it means to like something. And it's a huge problem actually when I was doing this. So a lot of these things here I don't agree anymore. I don't agree with the tagging anymore. So I tag this as rendering. And I can understand maybe why I said that it was rendering. But in this specific case here, the rendering is not even exactly done, right? Yeah, anyways, I don't know what I'm looking for. Which is what this tool is supposed to help me do, but because I don't have the correct script here, it is not helping right now. We need one that is about like a rendering quality and sort of fidelity. Maybe something like this would be nice. We keep the shapes big, right? We don't worry too much about the tinier details, but I want the lines to be, I want the edges to be clean. I want everything to be clean here. Right, let's see. So if this was the case, what am I supposed to do here? So right now, the messiest things are the lines. I'm not so sure about going in to redraw the lines. So where can I go from here? Should I be redrawing the lines? I guess if I want clear edges, there's no way around it, no? But the lines here are not spectacularly clean either. No, I think in my case, it's not necessarily a too many reference thing. Because we're like, the too many reference point, I think, is more related to you're trying to reference too many things for one image here. For one illustration that we're drawing. But in this case here, I'm only looking for one. I guess in this case, it would be this. And we're not actively trying to use them. I just have a lot of sort of... This is more of an administrative issue rather than an actual sort of art issue. That's what I like to think. Oh, it's this artist? No way. Really? Oh wow, okay. Okay, when who was it? Was it like Duvet or Uni who recommended this artist? I was like, dang, I've never seen an artist like this before. I was not expecting to have been here before already. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That's right. Maybe I do need a cleaner set of lines. Maybe instead of drawing it, oh, hello Faye. I should be. What if I take out the lines right now? What does it look like? Maybe I should just paint. Maybe I should just paint on top. I don't remember what's it like. Sorry, not what's it like, but like rather like what kind of issues might pop out if I start painting directly here. Maybe I should just do that. I don't have This is the main stack, so this is the final adjustment. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna keep that out of the way here. So if we do by the Piotegu method, I think you're supposed to composite the stuff that's on top, the light stuff, which is this layer, along with any gradients that there might be, onto a singular layer, keep it on hard light. In our case, it's actually normal. Oh wait, I really deviated a little bit. But even then, the eyes are not touched at all, so this kind of have to go up, huh? Some of the shadows are a little bit weird still, I think. I never quite fixed the skin and the hair part, I feel like. Oh, wait. Is it broken in the first place or what? Oh, it was. Okay. Congratulations, you're a dumbass. Oh my god, dude, I swear to god. I guess it's a bit of but this should be right. This should be. No, that's still too dark. Okay, never mind. Let me just fix that. Yeah, take that. Oh, that's so dark, really. Dang it. Yeah, right. That's so different. I think the hard light here is not playing nice. It's the white part. Okay. Why is this so dark? Am I tripping? It's not doing anything. Now it's doing something. Wait, what? Is my brush? No, it's normal mode though. What? Huh. Well, let's just paint, I think. Let's just clean this up. So I need to lock my lines onto this as well. Where's my lines here? This one? Oh, wait, it doesn't work? Oh, because these guys are... Oh, I see. So I need to do this. There you go. So the problem here is that painting... Let me think about this real quick. Because this is the character. I'm gonna paint over it. So the problem with the additive process is that I can only add on to stuff that I already have. If I want to change the borders, I can make it bigger, but I cannot make it smaller than this. I could, but it would be a pain in the ass to do so. Yeah, and then we don't have individual layers to deal with. So it is still a very tricky thing for like all these edges to be capped. Because there's nothing stopping us from just going outside. Oh wait, there is. Oh, wait a second, there is. That's the whole point of the selection layer. Ah. Oh, right, okay. Then it's still... Well, it's pretty impressive then. But then, unless these shapes are perfect, if not, I still have to go over them at some point. So right now it's like a initial paint over almost. So we're doing like a rough paint over. Or like, well, it is still a detail paint over, but it's like a more rougher one. Then later on, I can go back in and fix all the edges. And that would be like a actual paint over, where it's literally just add addition on top. Okay. This can work. Let me just, So what am I looking for today? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what painting will look like here. What kind of shapes to end up with here. Is this working? Oh, I have no color selected. Whoops. Wait, what? Why is my selection always, Oh, sorry. I see. Okay, I was confused. Okay, now it works. I just got the wrong thing set up. Well, okay, how am I gonna ruin this today? Let me see. Should be a clear edge too, though, right? Yeah, but how that wouldn't work mathematically, so I don't know. Like a more slower process then? Okay. I don't want too much junk in the. Oh, what? What? Did I just reset my thing? Also, this is broken now. Something broke my shit again. Huh. Oh, it's just really light, huh? But it's part of the original references idea to be lighter. Although the other one is also, this one is also just entirely in the lighter. Alright, anyways, regardless, I think this is a bit too light. Yeah, the colors kind of do this. I don't really like any of these. Maybe I put it on like here. Not keeping the original colors either. Maybe I should just do it without lines here. The lines kind of get in the way. Mm-hmm. Strong. I mean, I hope that remains the case. But when the Onion Dragon comes out, I'm gonna get Power Peep again. I'm not even sure if I'm adding any value to this render with this rendering. My god. Yeah. Is that right? I don't have enough experience with these things to know. I'm just thinking of like they just want you to pull the next team, the next best, most powerful character. They're gonna power peak. So are you talking about art right now? Light and shadow value? I'm just kind of going off of what I think might look good, and then slowly trying to make the idea, like the forms, more clear. But I don't know if I'm doing a very good job at it, per se. Exactly. Stop saying per se. It is what it is. But either way, though, I'm just gonna be playing. I think Rossi will probably just be the main team here with Tang Tang here. Was it Rossi? Oh yeah, Rossi, Tang Tang, Gilberta, and Perlica. Strongs. I keep saying Perlica, but it's Pelica. There is no R. What is going on with the hat? It's on the bottom side, so it's like this afterwards, or what? Broski, I cannot see. Oh yeah, should I be pulling Rossi potential? P5, 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 P5? Should I spend money? Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas. What? Need a better nickname for her for sure. Admin is literally just rocks. Oh, I don't think I've seen that yet. Dang, dude. Fuck. Yeah, もうこれは無理ですね。書き直さないとな。せやな。無理や。ダンダンダダンダンダダンダン。Oh my god, subpar rendering. Holy shit. Someone kill me now. Oh, this is like a really sharp point. Actually, yeah, this rendering is quite important here. I just realized it needs to be pretty tight to show that coalesces at the tip here, and then the back part can be a little bit rougher. I think. The tip needs to be a little bit sharper, I think. This is so bad at doing this. Ah, 一応ね。Sorry, make the string that goes around the side of the hood. You mean like the one by the thing, right? Yes. Thanks for reminding me. I have been aware. I am aware that it's not there. If you're talking, yeah, if that's the one you're talking about, right? The red and blue thing. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. 100%. In this case, I am aware. I'm just it's just maybe, maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know. Stay tuned. Is this streamer gonna slack off today or what? Or not? Slay team. Poggers. Wasn't there like an anime girl saying poggers or something? Wait. No, wait, no, that's Senko. Someone edited the manga panel to make her say poggers. Right, I remember now. Why do I remember that thing actually? I think I was using it as a spray in TF2 or something. Shit. Yeah, I mean, usually I would find it kind of annoying that there's something that isn't accounted for at this point in time because the warnings come constantly, right? Every time you look at it, you're reminded of the fact that it's not there. But oh shit, wait, hang on. Position-wise, it is actually starting from here, huh? That would actually make this angle wrong, I think, because this angle isn't set up for that. It's a lot higher up than I expected. I might have to shift it down a little bit lower. Yep. But shit, man. What, Igami? What are we yapping about? This right now reminds me of when I was talking to Pio Tegu. She also struggled a lot. Like, not necessarily struggled a lot, but she was having difficulties in the rendering. She didn't know what to do, she didn't know what colors to use, so on and so forth. And then she said to me how, like, right now she has no idea what she's doing. And then I laughed because it's always like that, isn't it? Like, when you're watching someone else do something, you don't really feel like it's like they don't know what they're doing. It feels like it's just part of the process, even if they're going back and forth between two different states. And you can clearly see that they haven't really necessarily made up their mind. But for me, it's always like, you know, it's just how it is, right? It's just part of the process. But when you're the one doing it, you're like, oh my god, I'm really screwing this shit up right now, am I not? Because when I watched her draw, it was just normal, you know, going back and forth. It's pretty normal, right? Nothing out of the ordinary right there. It's hard to appreciate, I guess, the internal conflicts because you can't see it, you can't feel it. It might as well not exist. I mean, it doesn't exist for you, from your point of view, I guess. Right now, like the forms and stuff, I absolutely hate it. I don't like it, but I don't have anything better. Is the thing. We don't paint nearly enough for like there to be established process or for me to know what kind of shapes I like. So this is the all I can do. Like all I can do is just put in some forms here and there. Kind of maybe works, and then just be a process, I guess, as we go on painting more and more. Hopefully, painting more and more. Actually, I came in today. I was gonna ask if you guys would like me to go back and do more studies like I used to, right? I won't be making videos from them, but I could do the same thing, which is just take a artist's art and just copy it 100%. And I was thinking of this because I don't have a good idea of what I want to do myself for my own stuff. It might help take my mind away from like, because I don't have to craft as much I don't have to think as much about the process. The study videos that I did was very much just execute. Hit empty, execute. Hit empty, execute. That's pretty good for just getting things done. I don't know if I necessarily learn as much, but given that we've sort of progressed a bit more in terms of the understanding of what things are happening, like what kind of things are going on underneath a painting, I figure that even if I am on autopilot, I probably learn more than what I used to. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes like painting like this kind of painting where I have to figure shit out myself, I will fail a bunch, and as a result, there will be maybe more stuff that I can reference in the future. Know what not to do or something, or what to work on. This all looks kind of abysmal. Why is it so faint? Did the original... Oh, because the original eyes were on top. Hmm. Well, it's gonna be exercise in acceptance one way or another. Because 100% guarantee rendering is not gonna be satisfying. It's just not enough practice here.せやな、あんまりだね。あ、こっちは見えない。まあいいや。なんとかします。That's why I do kind of want to see the lines. I'm gonna trace it first. Figure it out afterwards. Gonna go to the washroom. I'll be back. Wait, I'm getting a audio copyright warning. I think might be the previous ones because those are TikTok songs. This one should be good, right? I'm gonna lower the volume a bit because from past experience, sometimes that kind of helps a little bit with the copyright stuff. That being said, though, we might get taken off air. We might get nuked again. Or you guys would know when that happens. I guess. If that does happen, I'm just gonna continue on Twitch, I guess. What am I looking for? Oh, I'm looking for my navigator. Oops, it's over. I'm only sort of quote unquote risking with the music because we've done this before and it was okay. So I'm guessing it's the previous video, not the current one. What do I have selected right now? Oh, the skin. Oh no, I'm dealing with the. Oh, right. I got so distracted. I just needed that for this. So I have something to work with here. It's kind of dark on this one. Hello, Debay. Yes, thank you, Debay. Okay, my copyright's gone. It's like a comic artist? Not quite. Somewhat. They do comics as well, looks like. Nah, just a copyright warning on the you know, the usual copyright warning on the music. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, what? I copied the entire link. That makes sense. Is it a time lapse or what? Oh, I see. Tracing, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, certified duvet. Certified duvet daily. Oh, my copyright warning's back again. Maybe it might be the volume, I think. It's very saturated. Like this palette of very saturated and bright colors, but then there are like these absolute like black regions because I guess like that's how people draw comic art. I'm not sure. I get the feeling like this is a very Western comic kind of style. Now's a good time for me to swap. I'm just gonna go back to Genshin. It's been a while. Yeah, stylization is definitely more Western. It's not as the proportions are not as moe. Oh, I think it's mostly the nose and the lips, I guess. I guess the stylization for eyes don't really change that much. Even the proportions, anime do have proportions like that too. Oh my god. Yeah, just just ignore that for a second. As a quirk with the way that I'm doing the. You know what? Actually, I can remove it because like the only okay, so there's double because one of it is what I'm showing on this second monitor, which is what's being captured, and then another one is actually you see the one that doesn't move. The one that doesn't move is you guys can't even see this because it's on top, but the one that doesn't move is the direct screen capture, which I think is where the hell is it? I put it somewhere. Enfill? No, not Enfill. This one. I did it like that before because I was usually using my main monitor for my art map, and I wanted you guys to be able to see that. But the thing is, you guys can only see one screen at a time, anyways. So it should just be whatever screen that I'm looking at, so it syncs up. In which case, I might as well have the art map here. If I ever need to show this, you know, this is here. But in any case, but yes, Duve, I don't have too much too much opinion comments for this. I think it just looks like comic Western comic style. I think nothing particularly stands out. I have to say that the faces are very well drawn. I think I can't draw lips. I can't draw noses like these. So yeah, I do. This is really hard for me. But otherwise, I don't feel like there's anything too crazy with proportions or like colors or like rendering or the theming even. Right, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, textures, comps. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's a new thing. But yeah, thank you, Duvet. Can she walk in these? Like, what is this? Like, the legs are kind of like bound together. It almost looked like. Ooh. Oh, I like the colors on this one. That's good colors. Cheers, Duvet. Now I'm looking for my own stuff, by the way. I forgot this artist is not safe for work or not, but I don't know what I'm doing. There's a bit of a gap between the one that has the lines versus the one that doesn't. The impact is different, the mood is different. Yeah, the mood is about the same, butあ、そっか。今これやね。Ah. I don't know if I want something like this. I don't really know what to do with the back of the hand, honestly. Because you can show some of these like veins and stuff, like the tendons rather. Not very feminine though. Mm. Anyways, like I mentioned before, I think today's rendering is gonna be subpar. It is just somewhat of just going through the motions, I'll say. Oh, what is going on here? A lot is going on here. God damn it. Um, oops. Alright, what do I want to do here, right? Am I gonna go... Am I gonna do all of this? Uh-huh. And it's also kind of off-centered. It's not positioned correctly either. I say ignore it for now. Take a look at these guys here. I don't know what these guys are doing. Around or something? I'm gonna fix that later, I think. Some rough setup. Left side, top side. not quite like that. Non-determinate forms. Well, What's the difference? What's this again? Okay. It's probably just really quiet. It is exceedingly quiet. But yes, thank you, Igor. Oh man. Someone needs to code a plugin where it just keeps the volume at a constant level. It's not very good for like certain types of music, right? Where there's crescendos and minuendos. Yeah, it's a long word. But like for like streams, I think that's probably pretty good. Just gonna keep it consistent. Hello, show. I do not believe in the bag, in this bag. I don't know what I'm doing. Is that right? And you'll be right, actually. It is higher than usual. I bumped it up a bit because the music was really quiet just now, and then now it's the loud part of the music, so now it's too loud again. Basically how every single stream goes. Oh, it's too quiet. Oh, it's too loud. Oh. It is a right pain in the ass. Sometimes. That's why like some of these videos that I found, I want to play them multiple times. In one stream, but I think that would be kind of boring. That's alright. Like, the good thing about OBS, right, it caps the volume at some level. It will never go beyond a certain level. So it will never blow you guys' eardrums out. It might blow out mine. But it will never happen to you guys. In fact, if you guys remember in the past when the music was like breaking, it sounded demonic. That was because it hit the limit and it started clipping it, and then the clipping wasn't done, I guess, very well, I suppose. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm not committed to rendering it out all the way, man. Like, mentally, I'm not prepared. Maybe I should just go back to do some studies and shit. I think you guys will also enjoy that more than me struggling all the time, I imagine. Oops. It would be more streamer-like, I think, if I can set up like a list, then you guys can suggest artists or specific pieces would be better, I think. specific pieces to for me to study, and then we can do it on stream together. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna keep rendering this. At this point, I'm pretty good at just forcing myself to do stuff that I don't really believe in. Just gonna keep going. We can do that much at least. Doesn't feel very enjoyable. But otherwise, you know, just another day. EO study? That's EO 58, right? Do you have a specific piece, Joe? I'm gonna keep it really simple and rough. I do not want to spend too much time on any specific part because the balance would be kind of out. Oh, is that right? Shit, right? Do you now? Or whatever I like. Whatever. What am I looking for again? I got distracted. I stopped thinking for a second, and then now I have no idea what I was doing. I don't think I was looking for it. I think it's anyways. Yeah, if you can just pick one, it's fine too. Cause like I don't know if I mean I can always pick two. But I mean generally people who have requests for an artist, they do tend to have one or two pieces that they really like, that they would like people to help them with. I think that is although I have to say, I guess my sort of perspective for doing those studies would not necessarily be to, well, I mean, I'm just trying to break them down, I guess. But if it's helpful or not, that would be up to everyone else to decide. Okay, that's fair, I think. That would be the best way to approach it. I was looking at my old videos today, right? Because I was trying to do the recap thing. And I kind of forgot like how this whole stream started, because in the beginning all we did were studies. Like not just like anatomy or like random sketches, that kind of studies, but like actual this artist, this art, this study kind of thing. It was a different time. Definitely should go back and do some more. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Makes sense, I think. I think if I were to do like more studies, I would like for people, like, you know, people can recommend, you guys can recommend an artist that you guys would like to see. I was thinking maybe we can have like a list going, get a list going, keep track of everybody's suggestions in the Discord or something. But I'm not so sure if I would do that, because it's I don't know how long I can keep up the study thing either. I don't want people to recommend a bunch and then get disappointed. But then again, if I don't have a strict list, it becomes a bit of a mess. I like how the two fingers are set up differently. I just realized this. One's kind of facing up, one's kind of facing down. It's not impossible. It just feels a little awkward that it's not synced. These kind of movements tend to be more synchronized, though. Symmetrical. Metori. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's I guess that's the exact kind of thing that I can provide, I guess. An additional opinion. Huh, interesting. I suddenly feel like doing it all of a sudden. Maybe I just need something like this, like a good motivator that's beyond just my own nonsense. I have no shortage of nonsense. Ah, so yeah. Are you can go out the whole time? I thought I was under the impression I was locked to the character's layer, but I guess the background is part of this? Oh, everything is locked to the background. Right, okay, I remember I did this now. Hmm. Big forehead. Holy shit. あんま変わってないね。うんふん。This value setup? Fine. Oh, I know why it's kind of tripping me up. The colors. So the original set, the original reference here is very light, and most of the shadows are kind of also kind of gone. Oh, but it's kind of the same. Anyways, the shadows are really bright. So I wanted to keep shadows brighter too, especially the stuff under the hood, but right now, like the black gloves and all the black parts are so dark, right? Like it sort of implies like, so how do I say this? Original vibe it was giving me was that not necessarily that the shadows are non-existent, but there's active choice to make darker colors brighter. So we maintain this really bright sort of mood. Um, so that now when I'm looking at mine, I mean that was what I was trying to do. I was trying to keep the shadows brighter, so that it would have that sort of bright vibe. But because the gloves exist, it kind of sort of suggests that that is not the case, right? You're not necessarily saying that, hey, the darkest colors in my canvas are going to be bright as well. That's why everything is bright. Now we're kind of just selectively making the shadows brighter. But there are still really dark values for something else. And the balance feels a little bit weird. But then the original also has that, though. I guess I'm just not... So, it's not relative to that. It's relative to something else, then? I don't know. I don't know. Hang on a second. I might want to calibrate my colors real quick. My tablet is a little bit blue. Everything looks a lot bluer than my monitor is. I'm gonna make it a little bit different. 待って、これ邪魔。これやな。But I already bump up the red though. What? You know what? Let's not touch it. The sliders are not the easiest to use. The chances of me screwing this up even more is pretty high. Fortunately. Oh. Is that better or no? I don't think so. Should just use the local color to clean it. I don't want it to be that clean actually. Seems to be a lot more finessing over here. Oh, right. Actually, this reminds me. Well, actually, not even related, but Igami, you've been asking for a Ko-Fi for a... Well, you were the first one to ask for it. I do have it set up, and I also have it tested. So I know it works. Um, I don't run to necessarily advertise it myself. So I'm not gonna post it in the server, I'm not gonna post it anywhere. But because you asked for it, and I do have got it working now, finally. I figured that I should at least let you know. And since you are pretty active today, I'm assuming you're gonna be able to see this. But that's one more thing off my plate. I'm just trying to check off stuff that's to do. Forgot to put this in the list though. Yeah. Obviously, this is not a go donate kind of situation, of course. I just want to let you know. That's all. That is all. I don't know what I'm doing. Some of these, I don't know. Can I go home now? Can I go home now? Isn't art fun, guys? Yeah, it's so much better than playing games, guys. Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, sure. This damn thing is slanted. But which way? Oh my god, what am I looking at? どこやねん。あ、こっち上げるか。こっちを持ち上げるわ。もちもち。もちもちもちもちもちもちもち。Yeah, sure. Yes. Oh, you can just put the, yeah, do anything that makes it work easiest for you, and then just let me know where it is. I will go find it. Hatachi wo Toto no Eru. 先にやった方が良かったかもしれないんですね。やばいです。この段階でやるとな。めんどくさくなるんだもんな。GG! It just said it, yeah? Oh, it's a res. Interesting. Where's my junk here? What happened here? Somehow. Oh, sorry. Let me send the chat in the. Let me send the link in the chat just so they were consistent here. Wait, but like if they're already showing like the entire process, that's not much for me to do though. Because like the most of the value that I can provide is just a breakdown of a layering structure when it's not present. This right here is just raw skill. There's not much I can do about it, I think. Like this right here is all just raw skill, raw anatomy skills, raw composition, raw flow. Like you can feel like all the characters are very alive and all that. There's like a very strong flow going on. Perspective. The angles. This one feels like there's even maybe a bit of fisheye, but it might be just because everything is kind of tilted. But like stuff like this. This is just a lot of experience coming in here. So that they know exactly that, hey, if you draw it like this, it will give you this feeling that I think they like, which is why they're doing it. But I don't know if there's anything I can really help you with. This is as sort of if it's like a rendered thing, maybe we can break it down. But like even then, like the entire piece is visible here though. The entire process is visible here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, it limits the grab, but I think it's just trying to cap that edge, I think. Oh, but this layer itself is also oh, I see. Okay. But why bother though? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, but what's the difference then? Why is there a need to do the selection? Wouldn't you just what? Anyways, yeah, sure. Like, is there like a specific question you wanted to that you, because you were saying that there are not many breakdown videos. You find a breakdown works yourself. Yeah. What was the part that you're struggling with? What's a good way to achieve that? You sketch a lot. There's nothing to it. There literally is. There's no trick to it. When you look at the when it comes to stuff like sketching and stuff like that, if you want, because the part that you're talking about there is good, right? So obviously to make a sketch good, there's a lot of things that go into it. There are the anatomy and all that, but I don't think you need me to teach you anatomy because like I am not that good either, and there's way better resources out there. So if we ignore anatomy for a bit, there are still other things that may be composition. There may be other things like sort of the posing, right? The flow that you can feel in those sketching, not just in the pose, like the flow of the pose, but also the flow in the lines. The posing and all that, there might be a more better way to learn it. But really, like at the end of the day, it comes down to just practicing. Same thing with the flow and the lines as well. If you want to be very good at drawing like very nice lines, it really is just practice. There's nothing here that I can help you too much with. Like I really like this set of lines that he has. Oh my god, 8-hour videos are really hard to scrub here because it's very hard to stuff like this. This is just absolute insane amount of practice. He basically sees the image before he even draws it. And of course you have to be very comfortable with the tools as well. You can see how the tool itself it's not symmetrical, right? It's like one of those calligraphy brushes in Clip Studio Paint. one of those marker brushes. Depends on what you're familiar with, but this here is just like thousands of hours of practice, basically. You will see the form before you put your pen on paper. I only get it on very specific occasions when I'm drawing eyes, because I've done like eyes are always what I start with, so it's the part that I practice the most. Not necessarily in terms of a variety, but just in terms of some of the more basic ones. So those ones I can see before I pen my stuff down. I think that's what's happening with some of these. It's just that he can see it already. I like some of these lines here though. These are interesting. I think if there's one thing maybe I can break down a little more, might be these lines here. Because I think if I remember correctly, not correctly. I remember when I first started out, the problem with the line art was that I don't know where to put darker stuff and lighter stuff. And even now I still don't fully know. Now I'm just going off by feel, because when you practice enough, some things just feel better than other things. But I've never gotten like a very clear structure out of it. Actually, where did they ever draw this part on stream? It looks like it might have been already drawn. Yeah, it's already drawn, this part. But even then, right, this part is what is this? It's basically just normal lines with some ambient occlusion added in, I think. If you take out all the really dark ambient occlusion spots, I think it would just be a normal set of lines. Yeah, 100%. Like the stuff here, there's not much I can help you with. If it's like, for example, a finished piece, and you want like maybe a layering setup that might allow you to do something like that, I can provide you one. It would not be the one that they do, most likely. They will probably do something way more efficient and way simpler, because they have the experience and skills to back it up. And let me take a look here. Let me just up the speed here. Where's payback? Alright. Premium gets 3 times? Okay, get out of here, YouTube. Fuck off. No, YouTube sucks. I have to say though, this form of sketching is interesting because it's very fuzzy. Like, how do I say this? Like, when you're at this level of skill, right? Like, a lot of these things you probably can see already before you really get to like what I'm saying is I don't feel like he needs to have this many sort of rough layers of lines to draw something, but maybe that's why it's good. Maybe this is a thing to try. Like, you see all these all these lines on the inside here. Like, why not just draw a circle and refine the circle, right? But then there are also these lines in the middle. Maybe it's part of the original anatomy sketch. Maybe it's like one of those boxes. Actually, I want to see like he's kind of cleaning it up here, I think. This is kind of like the cleanup process, I guess. Actually, it's very interesting. You see that? Like, it's all very faint lines. The lines are all very faint. I guess we're still trying to experiment with ideas here. But like, even when he was drawing like the arm here, it's pretty much like the final shape and form already, but it was still very faint. It was not like a really, like, you see like the character on the right side here. These lines are really dark and all, but it was still very faint line here. I wonder if it means like in their mind it's still kind of, they're still unsure. I guess, right? Because they changed it again. It doesn't, by the way, it doesn't even feel like it's 2 times. It doesn't feel like I even added any speed up. Why is he even drawing here? Electricity, I guess? It's like, yeah. I think this is just thousands of hours of work coming in here. I bet this is a singular layer. Yeah, this is... this part is layer separation, I imagine. I can't see the layers here, but yeah, I have to imagine this must be separated out, because it would be a lot of work if not otherwise. But then other than that, it's mostly just painting with airbrush or marker brushes, refining the forms afterwards. Huh. Dang, is there even any values I can provide at this point, like in terms of art? I feel like a lot of these things are really oh, okay, but in this case it's because we have a video here demonstrating the entire process. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if there's any value that I can provide at all. Because if the breakdown is here, the only thing that's left might be some explanation as to why certain things are done. I should just copy his stuff for line, or just getting the mileage by sketching a lot, doesn't matter the line. Oh, I would say if you enjoy the way that he draws certain things, like for example, if I go back to the previous video, I was saying how I really like the way he did some of the ambient occlusion stuff, the darker, like these. I'm just not gonna scroll around because it's really hard to click, but I like some of these dark spots, or like how he's representing this entire object here with all these dark spots and lines. I would do a study of this, right? But in terms of just being better at sketching, you would have to just do your own thing, because you need to find your own ideas and flows. And you can just kind of do anything, like the kind of stuff I do for warm-up, for example. That would be what I think, by the way. This is all just what I think would help, where you just kind of take a reference, any reference. I would say like maybe start off with other people's lines would make it a little bit easier, because if you start off with stuff like this, it's a bit harder to see what's happening, but you also get more stuff to play with though, because like now you have like the skirt and stuff, so you just come in here, you take your favorite brush or whatever, and then you just kind of sketch it out, I think. But you'll keep things loose. You wouldn't necessarily try to force it to be a certain thing. Like in this case, what should I start off with? Like maybe the chest here, right? Chest is there. You'll put some quick layouts. I don't know what's happening. So this is just for guidelines. And you don't have to be very exact, by the way. You don't have to get exactly everything correct, because your goal is not necessarily to be perfect and copy everything, but just kind of, you see how like I decided to add like emphasis here. I don't know why I'm doing this sometimes, but it's just after you do a lot of sketches, after a while you just kind of feel like doing it, and it will help out with your final sort of whatever that comes out at the end. So I would say, like, if you have something specific that you like about their stuff, you want to do a very targeted study of just that one thing, so that you kind of have an idea. Oh, okay, this is what is happening, right? You don't have to be able to explain it. In the beginning, it's mostly just this is what is happening with them. And then as you do more and more and more of your own and also of their stuff, you will start to have your own ideas of maybe why it looks good. It might not necessarily be correct, but it also doesn't have to be. It just needs to be an idea that you can understand, that you can replicate. Then that will be enough. He drops his lines and flow in general other. The way he sketch and maintain flow and poses, yeah. Like flow and poses, I imagine would be more like the line of action thing, where you just do like simple sketches and you try to capture the character's flow and forms. What's happening with the legs? Right. And then like capture this flow here, and then you do some other study that's more specific to flows and whatnot, as opposed to trying to figure out exactly the line and render and other quality and all these things. But that's what I think, by the way. That's what I would probably do if that's my goal. Yeah. It's gotten a lot messier. If it's gotten messier, I can just take it down a notch again, and I can restart the same thing again. But now with a better idea of what's happening underneath, and then you can just refine it each time. You probably, I think he's probably doing the same thing, where there's a lot of these sort of like all of the really faded layers are probably the same thing. You search for some idea, you search for some form, and then you refine it till you roughly like it, and then now you can take it out, and it serves as a reference for the next time you do something. Yeah, if you want to find like what the difference, like what makes their stuff so much more lively and all that, then there's always the option of trying to draw the pose yourself first, right? Because once you look at it, you have an idea of what the character is doing now. Try to draw it yourself, and then you go back and look at it. So when you're drawing yourself, you don't really you don't look at it for it when you're doing it. Sorry, what is this? Oh, I the ping that you gave me, right? Thanks. But there is only mileage, I think. There's not much I can help with, unfortunately. Interesting. This is all the stuff I did today, by the way. There's like no impact here is my problem, by the way. I don't like this part. But I also am not sure if I should make it darker. It looks kind of okay on my navigator. Anyways. Alright, eh? What fun. Right, yeah. Sorry, I appreciate that, Joe. I really do. I just don't feel anything. I just don't feel anything. I'm not I can see the idea. I don't know. I don't know if it's me being tired or me trying to be perfect or me actively distancing myself from it for whatever reason, like subconsciously or whatever. Like I just don't know. Like it just feels like nothing. I wonder why that is, because I'm sure if I come back in tomorrow, I look at it, the first thing is like I will feel something immediately. I will feel something. I'll be like, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. But then why is it that I'm so lost right now? Right, like it's I guess I don't fully believe in my original goal, or I don't believe I'm on the correct path towards that goal. Which in this case is nothing grand, right? I'm just trying to capture something like this and the reference here. But am I gonna skip line art? The line art is interesting because I don't know. I kind of want line art, but then if I want to keep, I want to get close to the original reference here. The line art needs to be there but non-existent as well, right? Because like if you look at this, the line art is like very, very sort of colored, very closely colored, Like has like the same kind of color. I do kind of have to edit, right? I don't have any at all, but I'm also like kind of on the fence because if I edit, then am I not gonna destroy the kind of vibe that I set up here? It's like Anyways, I'm gonna just slowly figure this out. But I will be adding line art, I think, to answer your question. Starting is the hardest part. Indeed, it is very much the hardest part, I think. That's why I do the streams, right? Because I don't have a choice. Once I sit my ass on this chair, and turn on OBS and press start streaming. Now that's like, you know, people like you guys are gonna be here, and you guys are gonna look at me, and you guys are gonna be like, oh wait, what's he doing today? And I gotta get something done. I gotta make something happen. Indeedos, benditos. What? What is being shown then? What? This guy trumps this? Oh, because they're not. I swear to God, this stupid ass setup. I need to fix this right now. This guy comes out. Everything locks to you. So now if I do this, right, it still doesn't work. I need to do it like this. You got me. Too much factory for you. Let me take a look. Oh, I think I know who this is. Wait, hang on. I've seen this art before. Right, yeah. Like a very, very watercolory vibe kind of. This might be the kind of stuff that I can maybe do. Because we don't have a clear process of how they work, right? But that's just insane, dude. But actually, this feels kind of like Piyotegu. It's colors. I can guess like what's happening here. Most likely, it's just like a binary setup into color tuning into just paint over, pretty much. Oh yeah, like this. Actually, this feels so much like Piyotegu. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Drink a lot of water. Oh my god, this sucks. Huh? I'm not German. I don't drink toilet water. except for too long. Yeah. Goo goo gaga. I think this case, this one here is a matter of just finding the right sort of consistency for the brush. Like if you look close, like if you look at this, right, the line art itself is very distinct and it's kind of rough. So it feels like I don't know how to say this. Like I mean, it's just a set of line art. I will put the set of line art on top as per always, right? And then after that, it would just be the bottom will be base color, split layer by parts first. And then we airbrush in some colors to get the general vibe in. And then after that, it's just about mixing colors and pushing colors around. So the way the colors blend and all that would be dependent on the brush settings. Getting like the correct consistency and like the color mixing settings on the brush. And then we can replicate it decently close. Not a lot of texture is being used. There's like a halftone, like some kind of a grid pattern here. There's like a leaf setup here. Some lines over here. There's like some sharpening, maybe posterization, perhaps. But otherwise, like we're not seeing a lot of textures. We're not seeing photo bashing. The edges are decently clear for the most part. The soft edges are mostly just the gradients that are put in. Like there's a bit of a gray-green gradient here. Slightly desaturated, more gray here. These look like marker brushes on top. Yeah. And then all of these would probably be... There's some paint over. I noticed that there's these like strokes over here. They go over the lines here, you can see. Oh, the second one that I highlighted, probably you guys can't see, but there's like a line here. A little bit crispy here, actually. Maybe there's some sharpening done on the edges. Oh, there's a bit of chromatic aberration. You can just barely see the blue. Actually, I don't know if that's necessarily chromatic aberration. I don't see the corresponding reds, though. Huh. Been a while. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I think maybe because I'm looking at the navigator, this doesn't look so bad. Just don't really like how it doesn't. I guess I just need the lines. I think that might be my problem. I just really need the lines. Without the lines, it feels so incomplete. Like, I mean, I could call it a day here, right? Like, it's gotten better, like, in terms of the forms and some of the materials. It's gotten slightly better. Well, I mean, it's still not complete, even if I were to stretch it a bit. But anyways, not having lines is not necessarily a gating factor. But it just does feel like it's it does just feel like it's not very clear. It's kind of hard to see. It feels like. Am I missing a part of the skirt? Should this be visible here? Anyways, I don't know how I managed to, but I somehow transited back to just painting my own shit again all of a sudden. But anyways, as you can tell, a bit of a mess for sure. Looking at last year's stuff as well, like looking at all the old streams. I basically only made it like about 70 streams into the into my roadmap before I started just kind of going off the rails. But I guess that's my limit. Yeah, I wanted to avoid adding lines, but I guess I really want the lines. Like, not having lines is kind of hurting me quite a bit here. I'm just gonna put in some lines, I guess. Uh, hair layer, hair markers, kind of strong. Was the hardest part? Hardest part, huh? That's a really good question. Because, like, for the longest time, rendering is the single-handedly hardest thing ever. Because, like, in terms of your own personal voice as an artist, right? You can say that it's the lines, you can say it's the proportion, you can say it is the colors and all that. But I feel like rendering is a single thing that sort of defines you the most. Because it is so sort of omnipresent on your canvas, right? It's everywhere. It's the thing that people kind of get the most, like the vibes are sort of from that is the strongest. Because if you change, like, say, a different color palette, you can say that, oh, maybe I'm just experimenting with color. If you change slightly proportions, you can be like, oh, this is a different character and has a different proportion size. But if you keep the rendering the same, it feels like the same artist. So to me, like, wanting to have a personal style, a unique style, rendering becomes the hardest thing. But because I never really had the patience to learn things properly in terms of learning what the rendering is representing, right? What the forms, underlying forms of the material of the object is. I've just been like super duper lost for the longest time. And I'm still kind of really lost because we still haven't done enough practice on like photos, right? Simplifying photos. I think that is still technically the hardest part. Currently we have a bit of an issue with a direction. Direction is also kind of weird, yeah. Because it's not like we don't have an idea, but I just don't know how to execute it. But now we have a slightly a new direction as well, so maybe I'm not stuck. I mean, I haven't tried that method yet. Um, yeah, I would say rendering though. I would absolutely say rendering. If you have a favorite artist that you really like the way they render the textures and all that, it would be a lot easier. But I don't have one. Rendering 100%. Rendering though, I feel like the way to get through that is to actually just once again you draw a lot, right? But I feel like in my case, I feel like drawing a lot doesn't necessarily help too much because, like, let's say I just draw a lot, I will end up doing this constantly. Um, I will have to. I will probably go back to this map. Oh wait, what? Did I close my map thing? Oh, it's on the other one. Oh god damn it, I have two. I'll just come here and I'll look at rendering and I'll just take one and then I'll study it, I suppose. I really like this one actually. I like how blocky it is. I can never bring myself to do it though. It's kind of annoying. I really hate this. Maybe I just wait. Hang on. I'm getting distracted again. I see. But that's what happens when there's gradients though. What happens when there's gradients for this artist? How do they handle that? Multiple layers, I guess. Oh, I see. It's within the shape. I see. So if we want more, then we just need more shapes. So within this shape here. So my issue is this edge here, probably not being very clear. Hmm. This is great because as I'm talking about this more and more, I'm now starting to doubt if what I'm saying even make any sense. Once again, show definitely take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm only worth as much as what I can do, right? Like, so whatever that you think I can do, like what you can see I can do, that's how much I'm worth. What my words are worth. Yeah, it's fine. Like, you don't have to commit. Like, you can always change it, right? It's not like style or something you can't change. Like, you pick a class in RPG and you cannot change it anymore. And style will change, actually. It's just how it is. Broski. Yeah, this is annoying. So once you, if your initial layer selection layer doesn't really work out, what's the word? It needs to have the shapes done correctly. If not, this will always happen. So I can't do this anymore. So it will look like that. Anyways, it is what it is. I guess there is an added layer of complexity here because I don't know what this what kind of problems this sort of new thing would present. But I digress. Yeah, I think it depends on like your style. If your style is very like cell shading, kind of anime, you know, the traditional anime style, then like having a bunch of layers doesn't really hurt too much. But if it becomes more painterly, you want to be able to paint and apply textures across multiple parts, like airbrush and set some mood, adjust colors, that kind of stuff, then layers kind of are detrimental. It kind of hurts quite a bit. The best I've seen so far is really you have a bunch of layers in the beginning of the process and you set up a bunch of colors, you do a lot of experimentation and blah blah blah. But once you get into your painting process, you merge everything and you just treat it as though it was a normal painting, a traditional painting. That is the singular best that I've seen so far. Because you use layers for basically that flexibility, right? But once you are done with sort of experimenting and figuring out what you want, and you have a clear idea, now you just abandon that flexibility because it's just gonna be too much overhead. And then you just go back to just painting, which is a lot more efficient. That setup has it's been the best I've seen, I think. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, actually, show. I remember we were talking about this before. That there is that difference between like your like a person is worried because they don't know if what they're doing is right, versus they know what they're doing is going to get them somewhere. That is right, right? There's the right process for practice. There's the right process for improving yourself. But you're just what's the word? Dealing with like how slow the process is or how tedious the process is, and so on and so forth. I'm definitely in the stage where like I know objectively, if I just keep doing what I'm doing, just keep drawing, keep practicing, keep doing studies, keep exploring ideas, and failing and trying and failing, I will get somewhere, that I will get to where I want to be. But it's just like the mental aspect of it right now for me. What was the thing I said last time that I would do? Yeah, I don't think I had a good solution last time either. It was mostly just like, yeah, if you know you're on the right process already, and it's mostly just a mental thing, and you just need to find people to go through the journey with you, or find some way to keep your morale high, keep going. I don't know what else there is. Now I see you use very basic transform and brush filler. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, there is an added sort of complexity of the medium, huh? I think I mentioned this before on stream that I have a Korean friend, and she's a traditional artist. Like she did it as a as her what's the word? As her education, right? And then afterwards she worked as a art teacher for a bit as well. But like I can see like her digital art versus the traditional art is like a huge difference. And that's entirely because of the medium, because she's not used to it. So there's a huge skill gap as a result. But anyways, it's just more trying and experimenting and grinding it out. It is literally just that, I guess. Yeah, if you have specific questions, we can answer. Hello, Abajangus. Well, I don't know where this Jesus is, but it sure as hell is not the one moving this tablet pen right now. It's very unrefined at this point. I suppose there is charm in this as well, but thank God, huh? I'm sure we get there one day. I'm sure. I'm sure we'll be there one day. I'll be the first one to let you guys know when I finally feel like I can hold my head up high and be 100% confident in telling people that, hey, I am an artist. Now is not the time, man. This is not the time. Get there one day. I hope. Surely we get there one day. Surely. I know on YouTube, but a few days I overthink if it's the right thing or not. Should I be to YouTube tutorial rabbit hole? Sorry, let me reread the sentence. you know you want to achieve this goal, but every few days I overthink if it's the right thing or not, which leads me to the tutor. Okay, I fail to see the logic here. So first of all, you're saying that you know you want to achieve, but then you're saying you overthink if it's the right thing to do. So then doesn't that mean you're not sure if you want to achieve that? Or are you saying that there's a goal you want to achieve, but every few days you're not sure if what you're doing is going to get you there? Right, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it feels like there's a gap here. Oh, okay. So you have a target, and you're just not sure if you're on the right path, right? Let me see. That's exactly what we're doing now. I mean, I know I have a goal, right? My goal is very abstract, it's very grand, but I have a goal. And I believe I'm on the right path to it, but I'm also not sure. Every other day, I'm like, hey, I feel like it would benefit us to... no, it's all good, show. I feel like it would benefit us, it would benefit myself if I practice more colors. Oh, wait a second, I should practice more anatomy, because I'm always going to draw characters. Oh, wait a second, I should practice composition, because I don't know how to tell the story correctly. You know, you guys see me do this, like, for the past 300 streams now. And... how do I deal with that? I think the correct answer here might be the actual answer that I have is I don't. I think I'm very bad at dealing with it. I think there's a theoretically correct answer to deal with this. Actually, no, even then I'm not sure. Sorry, the answer that I was thinking of is you find someone who is in a position that you want to be and you ask them how to get there. Because they're already there, right? So the advice they offer you and the path that they have taken becomes a really good a really good reference point. And but that being said, you know, it worked for them because it's, you know, whatever circumstances they had in their life and whatever goals that they have, it worked because of all the combination, that specific combination that they have. So I don't know. Sorry, just to answer your question directly, I don't seem to be dealing with that very well. Is the problem. Not actually draw, which is the problem with you. Right. I can 100% relate to that. I can 100% relate to that. I'm only slightly better because I have this issue, but I'm still forced to draw, right? Because of the stream, because of my planning, I'm still forced to draw. That is the only difference, I think. But in terms of dealing with the problems, I don't know. I think this is just part of the uncertainty of life, because no matter how hard you try to plan, how far how much effort you put into doing and planning something and learning about what could happen, you still don't know if it's going to happen the way you think it is. It's just how life is. Like if you turn this onto any other aspect of life, it's like I want to make a lot of money, and I think that doing this, studying this in university is going to get me that amount of money. But you don't know, right? Computer science used to be really high paying, and then AI came about, and half the people graduating cannot even find jobs. So I think it's just part of the uncertainty. So if you can accept that life has certain things that are uncertain, and just tell yourself that right now I believe that this is going to help me because of X, Y, and Z reason, right? You have a very clear reason why you think it's going to doing action A is going to help you get to your goals. Then do action A. Just do it. Just do right now, right? And do it to completion, I would say. I know I'm not a very good example of this. I have tried many things and abandoned it because I got really burned out. But I suppose I can say that at least I tried. At least I got started. But like I feel like that might be the only way forward for us. Honestly, like laying it out like this for myself as well. I want to create my character, I want to build them a world, I want to do this and that, right? And in order to do that, I think I need the technical skills. I need to have the ideas that drives it. But I don't know if what I'm practicing right now, specifically what I'm doing right now, even streaming as a whole, right? Is streaming the best way to do this? Is streaming the right way to do this? I don't know. But I think it would help, and I don't have anything better. So I guess it's what I'm doing. And in doing so, I do learn a lot, right? On stream, we did learn a lot. and I learned a lot more about not just art but also my own self. And then with that, I can maybe craft something better. Right? If I didn't start streaming, I wouldn't have put in the hours. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to have a one-on-one with Pio Tegu. I wouldn't have the opportunity to have that conversation and learn that maybe uh, something else needs to be changed. I need to view it in a different way. So I would say, like, yeah, not being able to deal with it, I would like to think it's pretty normal. It's just part of the uncertainty. But then you need to accept the uncertainty and just accept that things are imperfect and that your plans are going to be imperfect and that your action may not necessarily get you to exactly where you want to be, but it's definitely a step forwards, right? It might not be the shortest path, but it is walking forwards. I don't think you're going backwards, especially with art, you know, whatever goals that you have. If your path there is, if the path that you think would help you get there is just practice in a specific thing, as long as it is practicing and getting you to draw, I would say it helps. Because you're not going in the opposite direction. I think that's a guarantee. Or at least I choose to believe that that's the case. Because if I don't believe that, I have nothing else. I have nothing else. Which I guess is not really that great of a supporting argument. But I'm sorry, does this make sense? This is the best I've got, I think. It is hard. It is a very hard question, I think. Because even if you find like the most perfect person to ask, you will still doubt their answer. You will still doubt yourself. I don't think that's a... I think at any point in time in this process, you're just always going to doubt yourself. And I don't mean you, I mean like us all. Because no one can see the future and everyone is worried. Because it means so much to us. It means a lot to us to be able to achieve this goal. So it's natural to want to doubt, like, if this truly would get us there. But yes, exactly, show. I think I first of all would like to say that you shouldn't think less of yourself just because you feel like you don't do anything unless there's actual consequence. That is, in essence, anything that any human ever does, right? Because there are consequences of not doing, that's why you do it. You eat because you're gonna die unless you don't. Like, if I won't die, if I don't eat, I would just not eat because it's such a pain in the ass. I feel like it's pretty normal. I suppose it's a matter of framing as well. Like, there are people who enjoy what they do, right? But to them, you can also frame it as like, oh, it's not because you enjoy it, it's because you hate a version of yourself that can't do it. But anyways, I digress. I would say like that is fine. Just, it's fine. It's fine to have to need an actual consequence. But you should set up an environment where it forces you to draw. I think that is 100% the case. Humans are really bad. I feel like, at least myself, is really bad at doing stuff for the long term. I'm very bad at doing things that require stamina. I'm very much the kind of do one thing really fast, really quickly, really accurately, or like really powerfully, and then just not think about it anymore. I cannot sustain something for a really long time. That's why the stream exists. Because now it's out of my hands. I don't have a say in this. I have to do this. And it's not just like, not exactly just because like you guys would necessarily think less of me or anything like that. But I put streaming on the same level as keeping myself alive. And if I don't do it, I feel like I have failed. I would have failed my own character. I would have failed Ria. I would have failed all these promises that I set up, that I said I was going to do certain things. And it makes it impossible for me to stop. Even if I feel really sick, even if I feel like I don't want to do it, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna push that button. And the moment I click stream, the only thing on my mind is what am I gonna do today? And then that's it. And then you just carry on from there. Everything else carries on from there. So if you can find a way to set up an environment for yourself, I would say sorry, let me rephrase. I think that is the most important thing right now. To set up the environment for yourself. I have another friend. As you guys know, I have many friends. I have another friend who spent a lot of his time playing games. Let's just say, right? A lot of his free time outside of university. This was like 10, like what? How many years ago? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. But like he couldn't find motivation to do anything. And I imagine we're all in the same boat, right? Like games are so much easier to do, right? It's so much more fun. And he would just spend all his time playing games. And recently I was contacted by him, not that recent, maybe like 6 months ago. He messaged me and he said that, oh, he finally understood a lot of the things that I told him back then, how I felt, because I'm a couple years older than him due to circumstances. I went to university later than other people did, but because of that, I went through the same process of like wasting, quote unquote, wasting a lot of time on games, right? And I've been like sort of talking to him a lot about like how I feel like I wasted all my time and this and that. And back then he was just listening. But 6 months ago he messaged me and he told me he finally understood what I felt and what I meant. And he wanted to start to sort of work and change his life and for the better, and to spend less time and spend more time more productively, rather. I'm not trying to say that playing games is not good, right? It's absolutely no bueno. I do that now too. I'm gonna go play games later too, right? But like he wanted to just spend more time productively. And the thing that immediately popped into my head was that like right now in that instant when he messaged me, he is inspired. He feels that urge to change and do something with his life. And I think that is that one moment you need to capture. You need to hold on to that feeling, and you need to make sure before that feeling fades off, you need to set up an environment that keeps you working. Because what happens is that moment you might feel really inspired. The next day you might feel really inspired. You might feel really inspired for 2 weeks, right? But if you don't have the environment that forces you to keep working on yourself, you're going to stop. You're going to fall back to where you were because it's way more comfortable. And because humans are so good at adapting to things, right? My own personal experiences in 2020, I always said I started drawing in 2020. And the reason was because I watched VTubers. I found Fubuki, and Fubuki was having so much fun on stream. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing, right? Why am I being so miserable? Like, surely I can do something, right? And for like 2 weeks, I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about this thing. And of course, in that 2 weeks, right, I started drawing. I started trying really hard. I trying to make an active effort to get better. And I still have like sketches from back then. It's not on my computer right now. I think it's in my backup disk, but I showed before. It's just atrocious shit. It's just like dumb shit, like really terribly sized faces and all that. It was just days and days and months after months of that. But after the initial sort of inspiration wore off, things went back to what it was before. I started playing more games again. I started getting more lost in games again. I started not spending as much time drawing as I would like. And it's easy to come up with excuses, right? Oh, I was doing my masters. Oh, things were difficult. Oh, like I have to deal with a lot of communication, blah, 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 with professors and whatnot. It's easy to do that, but it's the same thing now. I can make up excuses. I can say work is really hard, right? Now my livelihood is at risk instead of just being a course. You can come up with all manners of excuse. The difference between then and now is I have an environment now that forces me to draw. And that made such a huge difference. The amount of progress I made in last year's stream, the 1,000 hours that I made in last the progress I made in like all the streams, which is 1,000 hours last year, is leagues ahead of everything that I've done for the rest of my like the other half, like the rest of my life that's not on stream. It's so much more. It's so much more. So you have to set up an environment for you right now, sure. You need to find a way to hold yourself accountable. Whether if it means posting every day, work in progress, even if it's a blank canvas, you force yourself to open whatever software you use, Clip Studio Paint, for example, let's say. You force yourself to open it, and you force yourself to sketch a character. And you have to post it. You have to maybe come out in public and be like, oh, I'm going to do this thing every day. And if I don't, you guys have to shame me. Or something like that. You have to force yourself, man. Like but once you do, it wouldn't be long, right? Once you start doing it for like a good couple of months, it will just be a part of you. And you'll be a lot less tedious. And all of a sudden, it's just a thing that you kind of do now, right? It's like you brush your teeth every day. If you think about it, it's kind of a pain in the ass you have to brush your teeth every day, no? But you just kind of do it. Because it's just part of your routine. Anyways. If you can set that up for yourself, it's a huge win. And your future self will absolutely thank you for that. And honestly, yeah. Still easier said than done though, right? Like setting an environment of like this kind of stuff for yourself is for every person, I imagine it'd be very different, right? People's motivations are different. What people consider bad or like a shame or like yeah, embarrassing, you know, shame would be different. For me, I really hate people who say something, they will do something and they don't do it. So I say I'm gonna stream every day. I gotta have to do it. I'm gonna be one of the things that I hate. So even if it kind of means me sitting here and just ranting about shit, but at least I'm focused on this aspect of my life at this point in time for this amount of time every day. Well, every weekday. And even then, I still kind of broke a lot of promises, I think. I was like, I'm gonna make life 2D. I'm gonna life 2D. Oh, where's my life 2D now? In some folder. Anyways, but you have to really, so it goes back to motivations, right? It goes back to Q1. You have to make sure you don't ever cross that line. Because, for example, unless it's actually life or death, like, unless you don't pick up a pen today and you are literally gonna get shot in the head. Stuff like, you know, being embarrassed, stuff like feeling shame. Humans, again, are really good at adapting. You are gonna actually feel less and less ashamed, less and less embarrassed. If you constantly let yourself fail and sort of cross that line. So that line that you set for yourself, it has to be something that is strong enough to make sure you never cross it, even once. And you really have to make sure you don't cross it, because after the first time, it's only going to get easier. And that's very, very bad. Because not only is it going to affect your sort of art progress and all that, it's going to affect other parts of your life too, right? Because like, presumably, you know, for example, like feeling shame. If I started feeling okay and started being okay with being a hypocrite, then I'm going to also do like other sort of not less good stuff, in my opinion, less good stuff in other aspects of life too. So I feel like this is like a huge no, it's like a huge taboo, faux pas. Like, I cannot cross this line. Absolutely never cross this line. Even if it is not life or death. But anyways, it's a minor detail, I think. Maybe not that minor, but it is a detail which can come later after you set up something, I think. Honestly, maybe, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, not wanting to start. I mean, I can relate with that. I can 100% relate. Like, a part of me is wondering, right? Like, if it is so difficult to start, then is this really what you want to do? Like, but then at the same time, I do that have the same problem too, right? It's not like... Oh, so by the way, I'm not criticizing or anything, but I'm just wondering, because like, if... Doesn't that imply that maybe there could have been something better? Perhaps? Because I'm wondering too. It shouldn't have to be this hard. Anyways, I don't know what I'm doing at this point anymore. I'm just kind of adding lines here and there and refining edges, I guess. But the actual rendering, I kind of don't like it, and I don't know what else to do about it at this point. Actually, the hair turned out kind of okay-ish. Kind of. Like, this part looks kind of okay-ish. The hood looks a little bit too smooth. But blah, blah, blah. Anyways, Oh, it's really dark. Actually, I need a bit more. I need to lock first. I keep going into my autopilot sequence. Stop doing that. That's the pool from the other side, right? Okay, okay. Yeah. I don't know what your motivations are, Show. Why you want to draw. But content creation, I think, like, your reason has to be, like, you know, you want to create something that no one else can create. Or something like that, I feel like. Because otherwise it becomes, like, you know, why not just look at what other people have already done? Kind of feeling, I think. I'm not 100% sure if this makes sense, but I feel like the fact that wait, because I'm trying to relate to this as well. Like, if I am saying that I want to do this thing, but I also find it really hard to start. Oh, I think for me, the reason why it's hard to start was because it's like a lot of trauma of failing. Because in the past, I would start. I would start. I would absolutely start. But every time I start, I just suck dick. And I sucked so many dicks that, like, it just became a really, it's just like built in. Like, my brain just kind of shut down when I start drawing. That's kind of why it's hard to start. Not because I never drew and I just don't want to, but because I've been doing it before and I just approached it in the wrong way and I kind of messed myself up. Um, but I guess the reason that I had was still good enough for me to keep trying and keep starting. Right, I suppose, huh? Anyway, show time to make some promises and keep them. Time to be like, oh, I'm gonna draw like one thing a day. What did you enjoy drawing though, show? Your reason is not a bad reason, by the way. Pio Tegu is exactly the same reason. But she really enjoys like scenery and all that. And the process of drawing is really fun to her. So that's how she kept going. But it's not a bad reason. It's an absolutely valid reason. If you can find out what is it that you like drawing, right? Is it thick ladies? Do you want to draw some thick ladies? Like Maxi? Absolutely. You gotta draw them thick ladies. And I say, oh. Can say I'm not sure what I really like. That is interesting. I'm sure you know. I think maybe it's just not consciously, but because like something is drawing you back here. Like you're in my server. You're in my stream right now. Like something is pulling you back here. I mean, if you don't want to mention it on stream, that's fine too, right? But like I feel like there's definitely something here. Some kind of art definitely brings you back. And I don't think it's necessarily that hard to find. Or maybe it is. I'm not sure. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm because I'm not you right now. There should be a way to find something that you like. For example, like, you know, like look at your Twitter follows. Like, what kind of artist are you following? Character, background, you know? If it's background, what kind of background? If it's character, what kind of character? Is it cute stuff? Loot stuff? Big ladies, small ladies, character design. I just enjoy drawing in general. I guess I never stop drawing, even if it's like once every 2 weeks. Well then, what do you draw then? Like, do you draw characters, draw backgrounds, you know? Have you ever posted anything in the Discord? Characters usually. I'm gonna assume it's like ladies and stuff. Oh my god, I hate this last metal bullshit on my screen, man. Isn't that a filter for a person? Did they change how Discord search works? What? I don't remember it being like this. I thought it was way more flexible than this. I see a low high, but I don't see the name. Hang on 1 second. Oh, hello, Maxine. Oh, weird. It doesn't let me search by who posted the message. I used to always search it by poster. Yeah, no, it's fine. I think like you know, whether if you like one type of content or not, it doesn't matter too much. But what you do is what you do, I think. Like whether if you see it in a specific way or not, like what you do, I guess is kind of just what it's gonna be. It's all good. But like characters for sure, right? Characters. Man, people having fun with art. Holy shit. Sorry, I can't find the stuff that you posted because it doesn't let me search by users, which is kind of BS. Oh, actually, I can cheat. I do have the moderator menu. I don't know how to use it that well, but I have the moderating menu that lets me see what everyone posts by users or something. I can't remember where it is. Anyways, I digress. Anyways, I'm basically stuck here because I don't fully believe in the vision. I've gone further than I expected to go, to be fair. But hello, it's not letting me paint because something else is selected or what? I'm just gonna sketch from now on, I think. I don't mean like forever. I also don't mean like for the rest of the stream. I just mean like for today's stream. Kind of lost a little bit of the original's contrast, I feel like. Just simply because some shapes are a little bit more smoothed out. What just happened? Interesting. It doesn't let me search by user. Oh wait, hang on. What is the keyword for user? Is it user? Am I being crazy? Wait, hang on. Let me Google this. Discord search message from user. Yeah, it's like from colon, right? But from colon doesn't let me do it anymore. Oh, I see. A streamer mode. Oh my god. Because I'm streaming, it blocks it. Right, right. It's because I'm streaming. Like, let me just show you guys like what I mean. Like, but if I type from, it doesn't work. It doesn't turn into the tag. But if I type like has or like in, right, this becomes a server thing. So I was so confused because I always do it like this, and then now nothing comes up. It's just streamer mode. Rossi. I'm just gonna disable it, whatever it is. Yeah, now it works. God damn it. Let's see. From show has file. Let's just do has file. I think it's easier. Ah, okay. Masna Goon. Yes, yes, yes. Character. I see. Mostly character illustration demonstrating. So half your posts are like Gunner material, and then the other half is like art stuff. I mean, like your own art. Yeah, I mean, not much exposure, not much exposing done here. I mean, it is public. Everyone can. I see. Yeah, damn, this is hard. I mean, like, I don't see necessarily a very clear direction, but it would just be like character illustration. If anything, the vibes I'm getting is very much a 2D illustrator vibe. Sometimes you can maybe see like, oh, this person is drawing 2D art, like 2D illustrations, but like they might be better for like manga or something like that because they just have a lot of panels or like a lot of characters in the one scene or something. And but like your stuff, like the one with the Ellen standing in the hallway, there's also like all these the traditional piece that you asked if you should complete. I think it's like an Arkness character perhaps. I'm not really sure who it was. But yeah. Should I continue this January 6th? Difficult. I don't know. Maybe just look at more art. If you look at more art, perhaps you will find something that interests you. I too am very lost. I'm just gonna do some sketches. I think sketches are like the only thing I still kind of enjoy. But like sketches only if I can reference someone else's stuff like this, because I don't have to think anymore. Come on. I guess you're gonna have to find like that reason for yourself. But if you like it though, you're gonna find it. Yeah, I think it's because you're not 100% clear on what you want to draw yet either. Kind of like what I'm doing, right? What I'm facing. Because I have a goal, but like at the same time, like I don't have a very clear way of creating and coming up with illustration ideas and so on and so forth. In my case, it's because it's a very strict requirement. I don't want to force things onto my character because it will change who they are. So I have to wait for inspiration, which is very passive, which is the problem, which I'm trying to fix. Um, but if assuming that it's fixed, then I will have never-ending ideas. Then I will always want to draw something. And it's just a matter of being tired or whatnot. But how about this, like, show? You say like you're easily stuck after one piece, right? What made you want to draw that one piece in the first place then? Did you see a vision? Did you look at someone's art and get inspired? Did you come up with that by yourself? You know? Like, what was the environment you're in when you came up with that idea for that art? Now, if you can just find like more of those, put yourself in that environment again. Maybe you have a better chance of being more inspired. There's some ideas here. And my stomach's growling because I didn't eat dinner. And it's like 1:12 a.m. I'm gonna die when I'm 50 or something at this rate. Then I can finally sleep. Fuck's sake. Why are the eyes not looking at me? Oh. I mean, target. Yeah, that one is targeted, I think, correctly. I think it's this one. And I have an image now in entire case, so I back out with refs and go mesh. Right, but what made you want to draw it though? Right, what you're drawing, what you're describing is the process, right? You have a character you're familiar with, and you have an image, and not entirely clear, right? But where did you get this image from? Where did you get the inspiration from? This mental image that you wanted to draw? Where did that come from, right? Like it's because that's where the money is. That's where the secret is. Hello, the virus. It's alright, the virus. You just miss all my rants about getting stuck. Yeah, but like it's been I tried to clean this up, but I don't know what I'm doing. I still think this is the way forward, to just keep not knowing what I'm doing till eventually something makes me realize and I know what I'm doing, or I don't know what I'm doing enough and I become a clear idea of why I don't know what I'm doing, and then I can go somewhere. I Sorry, your enthusiasm is making me rethink this. I'm wondering, if like half a year down the line, I'm gonna come back to this and be like, yeah, that wasn't too bad. And I don't know what I was talking about, but that wasn't too bad. But um, usually after playing a game, maybe. Thank you, Devaris. Since two of my favorite shows are from Buwa, I got the idea to draw the character after interacting with the story and playing with the character. So you're inspired because you understand the characters more. You see their story, and you feel like you want to contribute a piece or illustrate a portion, an idea, right? A piece of their life. You want to sort of put that onto canvas. That's pretty good. I mean, so why don't you just I would say so. The thing about me is I'm not fully understanding either, because you're saying like how you draw one piece and then like you don't know how to start the next one, or you don't feel like starting the next one. I think that's completely fine too, right? It's not that you have to draw every day. You don't have to draw every day. You don't have to draw every other day even, You want to get good at art, that's for sure, and the only way up there is through sort of sure amount of practice. That is not a that is we all know that that's the case. But if you don't have like such a strong motivator for drawing, there's nothing wrong with taking it slower, right? You don't do you have like a specific goal of like, hey, I want to be this good at this point in my life, like 5 years down the line, I want to have my art on a billboard in Akihabara, and everyone's gonna know my name as an artist. If you don't have a specific goal like this, it's it's also fine to kind of just take it slow, right? Like for me, the reason why I keep coming back and keep pushing myself is because I feel like I'm running out of time. In the past, the feeling like I'm running out of time was primarily because the ideas and feelings and stuff that I want to capture, those are getting lost, right? As you get older, as you have new experiences, your old self is gonna be gone, right? And that's what I want to capture. That's who I wanted to capture, because that was the desperation that I had back then. That's what I wanted to capture. But nowadays, I've completely forgotten what it was like. And but nowadays, I'm still feeling like the rush because there's a lot more in life that I have to worry about now too. And from my point of view, I just have to hurry the fuck up, because otherwise, I will never get a chance to do anything. That's why I always feel that pressure to come back here every day. But if you don't have something like that, I think you can take it slow. I think you can take it slow. Because if you have a really sort of strong motivator, then you will be naturally drawing anyways. If you don't have the strong motivator, then it also means that you don't have to rush it. There are also certain things that maybe only come after if you take it slow too. And give yourself that space to breathe and experiment. But you're just concerned with like gap between the ideas, right? So if that's the case, right, like just you identify one way of finding your inspiration. That is, you play a game, you understand the characters, and you then feel like you want to sort of draw them, right? Then why don't you find other ways of maybe getting closer to characters, right? Gaming is one way, right? Looking at other people's art is one way. Reading other people's fanfic is maybe another way. Talking to people about these characters is yet another way, right? You've identified one example of how you've been inspired. From that one example, you can find out what is it about this one activity and example that got you inspired, and then from there you find other ways of exposing yourself to more of that. And now maybe you have different ways of getting ideas, right? And if one of these ways doesn't work as well as you think it should, now you have another way to analyze. Now you can ask yourself, why is it that this way doesn't work? Why is it that, for example, if I talk to people about this character, it never gives me any ideas, but if I play games, I can feel inspired? Now you have another metric, and now you can do self-reflection. This is basically what I gained from like the 300 streams on stream here, is art skills, yes, sure, why not? But like also primarily just like kind of like, oh, everything you do, as long as you give it a bit more thought, you can learn a lot more about yourself and therefore help yourself in this process too. So this might be another way for you to move forwards. Sorry, the virus has just been kind of skipping your messages a bit. Um, yeah, a fresh set of eyes, yeah, for sure. I mean, even with a fresh set of eyes, if I come into this, I'd be like, yeah, this guy better hurry the fuck up. He's not done. He better start drawing. This guy's talking way too much. But imagine getting all the skills you ever wanted and probably already soulless and your previous passion ideas now cringe at your high skill. I suppose. I do feel like because we've been grinding out this much, I have really kind of just burned through a little bit too much. I think a part of me is just a little bit too tired. And it's not the kind of tired that recovers from sleeping anymore, it seems like. Maybe I need some fresh ideas, some fresh... what's the word? Just something fresh, you know? How it feels to chew 5 gum. But, like... could be one of those situations. Maybe I should just do loot art. There will be something fresh, you know? I should draw them thick ladies too. Maybe I can go back to making videos, right? Actually, the virus, I've been, shit. Let me just ask you, right? Like, if you've had any, if let's say we go back to making study videos and study streams, is there an artist that you would like to have studied or what, analyzed in particular? Just a random question to throw out there, but otherwise, I'm waiting on a response from Maxi to see how you feel about my comments about finding new ideas. Of course, it's completely fine to not respond to. Artisan. I see. But surely there are artists out there that you're like, oh, you know what? Like, this guy is so complicated. Would be nice to get a second opinion, you know? It's less of like your favorite artist, but more of just like an artist that you might want to have be broken down, beaten up and broken down. What? Anyways, just because I'm exploring the idea of maybe going back to just doing studies, because I was trying to review my 2025 streams, and looking at the beginning of the year, it was entirely studies, right? It's all studies. And I'm wondering, because like I've been trying to control like what I do and all that so much, that maybe it's best to just not do anything, like not think anymore, right? Just do, which is kind of what I've been doing recently. But if I just do things by myself, you know, I will never improve in specific aspects, just because I will always be me. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. So it would be interesting to go back to do some studies again, but no North Star. Oh yeah, 100%. Sorry, Abajangas. I don't mean to exclude you. Anyone out there? Sorry, Abajangas. I do apologize. I realize, yes. I don't mean to exclude anyone. Anyone, just feel free to throw ideas out, right? I don't know who else is watching. Maxi, if it's you here. Igami. Actually, Igami. Did we have this conversation? I can't remember. But, right. Ebajangas, I recognize the two artists, actually. Hoshif, not particularly interesting to me in the beginning, but actually now that I think about it, it is very much like a rough-ish style that is pretty effective. And then like the Z3, ZZ4, I don't know what their name is supposed to be pronounced, but definitely one of my favorite artists. It's actually recorded in my system here. If I just put out my favorites tag here, let me just reset view. I tagged one today, right here. Were you here actually? Maybe, maybe you were here. So music too soft again. I guess it's kind of soft, but anyways, Rhino Tuna's design aspect. I'm not very good at doing design. Character design is entirely new, so I don't think I can do that, Joe. Just because I won't have anything to provide, right? Like, even for these things, it's not like I'm a good artist. Like, not at this level for sure, right? But like, because I've been playing around with digital art and all the layers and all the setups and stuff for so long, sometimes like at least I can try to break it down in a way that makes sense, and maybe that offers like a secondary opinion for people who have no idea how to start, right? But like with design, character design, these things I've never done before in my life. So it's less of a sort of a study and more of like less of you guys getting actual technical information and more of you guys just witnessing a beginner breaking down how to study, perhaps, in the first place. I need to find out who's Sobi in this, but I recognize the name. I definitely do recognize the name. I know I've definitely been here before. It's probably one of a daily that we've done in the past too. Right, I see. But like I feel like the only analysis that I can really provide is mostly just a layering breakdown still, which I don't know if there's any value now. Like in the past, I feel like there's a lot of value sometimes. When I look at a piece of art and I'm like, yeah, like if I can put this out into different layers, people like there will be value. But nowadays, maybe it's because I've gotten better. I feel like it doesn't make a difference. There's no reason why you have to do it in a specific way. You could paint this in 1 layer, you can paint it in 10 layers, right? Like, what is the point of making a video about telling people you can do it in like 5 layers? It's like, I know you can do it in 5 layers, but I suppose I am there's that gap. Overlord illustrator. Overlord. Oh my god. Yeah, breakdown rendering, breakdown on that. Composition and stuff like that would be kind of hard. I think, yeah, we could maybe set something up. Oh my god, man. Because like for art styles like this, yeah, actually, honestly, at this point, I don't even know what values my old videos provide at all. Because I look at this and I'm like, yeah, you kind of just put colors with airbrush and just paint. And just find the forms in the mess. But I won't be able to draw this if I didn't have a reference, right? Even if I had the idea and I went to find references myself, I still wouldn't be able to put this together. And why is that, though? So that would be the gap that I should address. Because if I can address that gap, then not only am I providing value, I can also make my own stuff better. Interesting. I mean, maybe I can make a list. Let me make a new thread. I didn't really want to make a new thread because like it kind of implies that I'll go through everything in the thread, right? If I do make a thread. But at the same time, if I don't have one, I'm just gonna forget. Yeah, and I'm just gonna pour you guys' suggestions in here. The Abajangas. Abajangas. How do you spell? A-S. Okay. Let's see. Is there a space in the virus? Dang, I never have to type your names before, so now all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, how do you spell this? Yeah, Reno Tuna for design, man. Like, that is very interesting because, oh, wizard. Oh, yes. Let me add that mapping to my head. I see you're in the voice chat. Yes. Reno Tuna's design is absolutely, oh no, I'm okay with that. Better than my Steam names for sure. My Steam names are very edgy and very immature, and I have to share those with my coworkers because they wanted to add me. But that's on them. They wanted to add me. I think someone else recommended someone else before earlier today. Let me find it too. Is it Igami? Did Igami recommend someone? I think. Oh no, Show was recommending EO58. Right. I broke the formatting. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. What? This is copyrighted? God damn it, YouTube. You can't do nothing on YouTube, bro. Maybe like the lo-fi version of One Piece. I remember this one was fine. I think I already got put on the list because before the copyright doesn't come this fast. I think because of yesterday or like 2 days ago, I was playing Yonezu Kenshi, right? Like he came on for like a minute and a half for Iris out, and then I think we got flagged as potentially playing copyright music. Alright, what was I doing? I was just sketching. I was gonna hop off earlier today to write my scripts, but then I realized that it's probably not very realistic for me to actually be able to write a script and make a video. So at this point, I once again, you know, like the whole point is to not overload. So I shouldn't do it. It defeats the purpose. Of this entire reset sequence, it just breaks everything. I was gonna just do an entire copy here, but I kind of don't want to just do a copy here. Wait, hang on. I want to maybe change the post a little bit. Is it too loud? I think it's just for me. Yeah, thank you. I checked based on the numbers in the OBS, so I try to keep it around the same range. So assuming, you know, it hasn't been loud before, as long as I keep it the same numbers, it should be the same. What should she be doing? What is Rossi doing? Ah, まだ早いか。Oh, there goes the copyright. That's cool. Where are the rabbits? Bring the rabbits. Okay. Thanks. What do I do this weekend then? Everything that I have planned is gonna open a new set of things to do. It's not related. I need to focus on the goal here, which means I need to deal with the idea generation issue. Yo ho ho ho. I'm gonna change to like so she's more confident. And I don't know what the other hand is doing. Yeah, Alter 6-star limited banner. Let's go mythical pool. Even like the adjectives has like a power creep. Right? It's like going from A to S to double S and then to U's for like the Uma Musume. We have like a legendary pools and mythical pools. What am I talking about? I don't know. Ooh. Very nice. Rossi's ears are really big. Oh, is it just because of the coat? It's just because of the coat. Never mind. But even then, it's still kind of big, though. I think wolf ears should be smaller. Because relative to the head proportion of an actual wolf, right? Foxes would have a bigger ear relative to the actual head. I think. But even then, like, Ria's ears are also really big. But that's because of legacy reasons. If I had redesigned her nowadays, I would have definitely made the ears smaller. What? Can I not click? Oh, my keyboard. One, eight.どこ行っちゃったの？どこ？あ、ここ。There, there. I tried. No, did I? Ah, yes, Maxi, thank you. We know, but thank you. You know, it's very nice that you're honest with yourself. That is very good. And of course with everyone else too. It's also very good. 体が長いのかな。何かが長いんだよ。Our chat? Sorry, which one? Oh yeah, of course. I mean, like, well, the thing is, he came here to ask me. If you guys want to ask, like, you guys are free to come in anytime. Hello? George? Mimi? Edgy? Hello? What? I'm going through the chat now. Ronald said, damn milk bags. Yeah, this Rossi art that was posted by who? Hang on. Lomi posted the tweet, right? This looks so much better. Like, everything feels like it's so much more controlled. Oh, there's also nice like greens and the whites too. And they took the effort to map out all the knives and the specific details of like, oh wow, okay. Wow, 100% skill issue. I think the hood looks a little big, but like 100%, this is that's objectively so much better. Oh wait, it's a dress like folded on the around the chest area? I didn't realize. Sorry, Wizard, did you have a question? Oh. Hello, Debay. Yeah, no, sorry. You were asking, you were... I see, okay. Am I getting copyright warnings? Let me check. Nope. I guess lo-fi is fine, huh? Or yes. And then we nuke everything and then restart from scratch. Just kidding. We have to take this out though. Main line on that side. I think we'll take it out later. We have to redo that later. That's kind of weird. Maybe I up the sleeve length again. Gonna be pushing lines here. Cool. Is that really high? I feel like. Hang on a second. Yeah, this body is way too small now. The head is like, yeah, it's like 1.5. Oh my god, it's 1.5. Okay, this cannot fly. I don't have enough vertical space. Okay, fine. I guess I'll make it smaller. Broski. Trying to avoid making it smaller, but I want to make the body a bit longer. Hey, this is very unrelated to art, but I don't know if I mentioned on stream, but like in the past, I like singing Japanese songs. That's kind of what helped me get better pronunciation, right? But in the past, when I was singing those songs, I didn't know what I was singing, and it's kind of interesting going through some of these One Piece theme songs right now, and I haven't sang them in a long time, but I still remember the lyrics from the past that when I would sing them, and now I finally understood the meaning. I'm like, oh, that's what it meant. That was what I was freaking saying back then. Goddamn. Kind of interesting how I still remember the lyrics. Yeah, this arm is getting weird. Oh, was that always there? Oh, shit. Okay. So the target is here. Slightly higher, sure. Slightly higher for perspective. Oh wait, but this isn't necessarily that far to the side this time. This is more natural, I would say. What's the first? There's no way I can remember that. What would be the one of the first ones, right? Like, what would be one of the first ones? Definitely, like from one of the big three anime. It's either One Piece, Bleach, or Naruto. It has to be one of them, I think. Maybe Bleach. Actually, it might be Bleach. Hang on. Like Bleach. Hang on. Bleach OP1 was what? Asterisk by Orange. Yeah, it sounds so familiar. Let me look at the lyrics real quick. I don't remember. I don't remember based on lyrics. Was it the second OP? I know it was like in the very beginning of Bleach. I remember one song from then. Like just the lyrics. Just not the lyrics, but the tune here. Oh, neither one of these lyrics look right, actually. I'm not sure. I have to listen to it. Oh, I hit my hand on that. My space is so cramped. Oh shit.まだ長いのかな？これはまだ長いのかな？I'm glad I started doing this where it's just erase on the same layer and keep using the same layer. Damn, dude, in the past I would make a new layer every time we want to change a tiny little bit of something. You get like 5 bajillion layers and then you have to start cleaning up and you have to merge it down. But because you didn't erase it down in the first place, so the rougher stuff is still like full opacity, it's just on a different layer. So if you want to merge the layers down, I suppose you can keep that low opacity, but sometimes you want a bit of that previous layer, right? You're not just want like an entirely new set of layers. So you have to go back and erase some things anyways, and it's like a huge mess. This is way better. There's a lot of uncertainty with the other processes, but like this here is like pretty much perfect, I would say. Just for sketching. This hit angle looks really weird because like if she's being really proud, I don't think she would lean forwards this way. Surely it would be a little bit more backwards. Hang on, I'm gonna keep the hair here. Yeah, let's go. Where am I going? I don't know. Oh wait, no, that was because of oh I see, because I didn't pull it closer. I should bring it closer. It still feels like she's leaning forwards. I'm sure she is though at this rate. Maybe more alert over here. Makes more sense. Okay, this bunny needs to come in. Head to body is 1-to-1. Right? I can make the head a little bit bigger, I think. Okay, this looks a bit better. Like the neck was so stretched, it looks like it was gonna get snapped. Probably gonna happen though. Come on. About to get eaten. GG Enmin. Your story ends here. For a good cause. You gotta feed our daughter. GG. I don't care about the armor because I can't even see it. I am just how do I do this? Because it's like too. I put this here, and then I'm gonna draw it under this. Okay. Okay, let's keep this position first. Otherwise, it's too difficult. Damn, 2 a.m. I gotta figure out what to eat for dinner. Somehow. It'll be morning again. I don't know what the pattern implies here. Is it curving out? Actually, the bottom is probably curving out, right? It's like this. Yes, like this or something? I don't know. I'll leave it. In let's put in there. Kind of big, I think. Yeah, I've never really drawn a bunny before. This is like a furry buff or something. I don't know why things just feel like it makes sense. I don't know how good this is, but I feel like it's better than what it should be. Definitely feel like it shouldn't be this smooth drawing stuff that I've never drawn before. Oh well, what is happening with the collar though? How does the years come out of the... What? It's part of the jacket or something? It just kind of comes out. At least Rossi did cut hose for her. This is merged. Okay. I guess we'll make some hose ourselves. Wait, do we... Maybe we can get away with just not showing it. Then. This head looks so weird because of the hood. Other we are. Shit, I forgot what the lyrics are. So the total length would have been this long, I think. So I need to lower this. Let's just redraw it. I mean, the idea is put together now. I think that's everything. And needs to be bigger. 5% bigger, maybe? Maybe like 8%. Let's do 5. Then I need to delete this. And I need to clear this. I'm just gonna clear this. Wait, no, the elbow's here. Okay, never mind. I'm going to make her panic a little bit more. This is way too chill. Oh, I know why it looks so chill, because she's not struggling. It's kind of... Yeah, Emmy and Bunny is just kind of chilling. Goo Goo Gaga. Oh my god. I swear to god. Like, I know what you're talking about. It's so annoying. I hate it. It kept popping out on my YouTube shorts for like a good period of time. And I just started skipping it. And then it stopped recommending it to me. Thank god. Thank god the algorithm works. I hate it so much. Oh, this song is so nostalgic. And it's nostalgic only because I used to sing them. Because I don't listen to OPs and endings when I'm, oh my god, when I'm actually watching the anime. Oh, I have to look it up though. It's one of the old One Piece opening. It's called Fight Together? Really? I know that one line that we just sang was "We fight together," but really, it's called Fight Together. It's opening 14. One Piece opening 14. Fight Together. I think like was it 700 something, episode 700 something? I did like 2 watch throughs. The first one ended like 400 something, and the second one ended like 700, like in the sense that it ended because it was the latest one. And then ever since then, I haven't gone back. I haven't seen another One Piece. I haven't done another view. Well, view through? Viewing. Ah, right. I'm gonna redraw the years. I don't like how they look. I don't like where they are. This is kind of cool, right? When you do this erasure, the first one leaves it still pretty visible. The second one makes it so invisible. But you're still able to see it, and it's like a good setup. I don't know, man. Like, wolf ears should be smaller, I feel like. I think the appeal of the wolf is to just have slightly smaller ears and a smaller tail compared to foxes. As long as they're not round and look like a bear. I want night, right? Like some artists who drew like Texas does it so well with the small ears. You know what? Maybe I'll just point it the other way. It does look really weird, doesn't it? Because the original has such big ears. So I'm not executing this well, I think. Texas Archives. Oh, that's quick. Coco? Oh, huge. Oh my god. Mine's a bit too fat now. I'm gonna make it a little bit more slim. Let's see. It's got that bump here. Hope this is not AI, by the way. There's no way for me to tell anymore, some of these things. Curves in or it does, I see. And then it goes to the front here. You have a bit of a sizing problem. ちょいでかいのかな、ちょいじゃないわ。そうでけー。Somehow very round too. Why is it so round? Open up. Yeah, it's all too skewed. Something is too round here. That's fine. Like this head here is too round. I wish there's like a clearer picture of her dagger here. But then I kind of like the aesthetic. Maybe I'll give Rhea a dagger at some point too. I think in the past I was thinking about character design in the form of in terms of weapons. What everyone will be using. The original conclusion was that Rhea will probably just use her fist. Dagger seems kind of nice. Yes, we do kind of have to go get food. I don't like the head. Probably end up changing that again. Eyes are not looking at us. This eye is the problem. No, it's not that. It's this. And it's locked. Where is my reference again? Right here. Oh, she's wearing shoes. Aniwase, I'm probably gonna hop off here. Maybe I'll color it on Monday. Not maybe, I will probably color on Monday. It's just maybe I might do it on the weekends, is the thing. But yeah. I'm still pretty lost as to what we're doing here. Either way, I'll go get some food. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah. Oh man. Anyways, thank you guys again. I'm kind of half thinking and half not thinking. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good night. Goodbye.